Now we're living in a dark science. Falsified rays burn my retinas. It's easier to close my eyes and go back to sleep. But I've been fighting it, an appetite but never truly satisfied. There's no one see where we are.
A pleasure to see you. I'm still looking for my own purpose. It's not easy by any means, but it's what I must do. It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose.
Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Lanny. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy.
You appear to be doing well. Very good. Well then, would you like to learn an incantation?
Have mercy and grant me forgiveness. Road is yet long, but God is not easily found. But one day without fail you will have your wish. So please grant me forgiveness, Koinurga. Here is it. I didn't notice you there. I'll be doing my job, same as ever. Just lay out your arms. Those words were not meant for you. I may be prisoner to you, tarnished lot, but my prayers are mine, and mine alone. Well, I've had my say. I'll be more careful too. The girlie boy here, she's crestfallen and can scarcely swing a blade, but she has a gift for spirit tuning. I saw another one like her long ago. Their eyes share the same hue.
Oh, my dear, had a change of heart already. Ah, my thanks, great champion. You are very warm. What you felt light up inside you was a Morrigan's blessing. Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often as you need. you again? Would you like me to hold you once more? The blessing is still aflame in your breast, dear. Would you like to be held? Regardless? Then good day to you, my dear.
It's all a bit much for me, in truth. I'm still looking for my own purpose. You're telling me I possess some kind of gift? I don't believe you. But if I do have this talent, and goodness knows it would be my first, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me. Certainly he does appear intimidating and holds no love for us tarnished. I know he's trapped here at the round table hold, so I can tell. He's a gentle soul underneath it all.
Like a nightmare, baby, I'm a bad dream. Now it scares me living in this misery. Stick the knife in, come on, cut another piece. Like a nightmare, I don't ever wanna leave. Say it ain't so, you make me
If I do have a talent for spirit tuning, and goodness knows that would be a surprise, I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
You've taken enough. I can't let you go. I feel like I'm drowning in something I love. You're stealing my blood till I overdose. My heart won't be the same when our time is up. Numbing all this pain, my forever drop.
What is it? Still milling about? Be sure to tell me if you meet a young woman named Manya. She's a servant to my house. She's been my companion since childhood. I've lost count of the number of times I've had to find her like this. Honestly, she's such a little tomboy.
So you make me whole. Like a nightmare, you could be my bad dream. Like a nightmare, I don't ever wanna leave. 'Cause I let you down. If you give it up, you said it before. Now you've taken enough. I can't let you go. I feel like I'm drowning in something I love. You're stealing my
Teddy, host of On Purpose. I sit down with influential voices across culture, wellness, and personal growth in this podcast created to bring you happiness. Watch new video episodes on Spotify every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
You may know me from the Basement podcast, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here to let you know that I also make some other content for you. Craziest stories I found on the internet.
Yup. And yeah. Again, it's been nice to replay through the game. Now that I actually know what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I missed some stuff in the DLC though. So I want to try to experience that for the first time on the PS4 file.
Always good to see you safe. So, what do you need? The misshapen corpse of the Stormbane. That is a sacred relic of the Black Knives plot, as that famed night of assassination is known. It happened during the golden age of the Herb Tree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring.
No, with the guy.
Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade, and on a bitter night, murdered Godwyn the Golden. That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering. I once wished to become a scholar, you see. I've spent many an hour scouring the archives for knowledge of that fateful plot. The world has grown crooked, and if you intend to put it to rights, you'd better understand what happened to make it this way. And that thing is to blame for the shape I'm in now. I urge the utmost caution. Don't disturb the corpse more than necessary.
Because I didn't use the guide before and I missed a lot of stuff.
I do have a talent for spirit tuning. And goodness knows that would be a surprise. I suppose I should try to hone it, shouldn't I? I'll ask Master Hugh to teach me.
I am pleased to see you again. Would you like me to hold these once more? The blessing is still aflame. Rest, dear. Would you like to be held? Regardless? Now, come closer. You are so very I was known as a deathbed companion. Where I come from, after I received the warmth and lively vigor from a number of champions, I lay with the remains of an exalted noble. To grant him another chance at life. To do so is the purpose of my being. But before I could bear the noble into new life, I was awakened by the guidance of grace and chased from my birthplace. Pray, be kind. Despite all that, I still wish to be a deathbed companion. So please, let me hold you like this as often wielded by the assassins who committed the act, along with the impressions they made, somehow hide the truth of the conspiracy. These grand affairs are hardly my forte, but dear Roger began to weep as he spoke. In truth, I've heard tell from someone else about the black knife prints that fascinate dear Roger so. But it wouldn't be right to give this to him, stuck as he is in the round table hole. Perhaps you could make use of it?
Yeah, which is why I didn't feel good when I first played this. But this time I will be using a guide when I do the DLC, so I don't miss out on the quest lines and stuff. And this is just for my enjoyment of the game, since there are no trophies. Yeah. Without spoiling any, like, story content, because I don't want to deal with missable trophies. I think I went to the wrong spot. I realized that the momentum would send me off. Seek the Rose Church. think I gotta go here.
What a pathetic excuse for a lord you were. Craven to the bone. Pushing me about like that. And after all that grafting, where did that get you? Look down on me, would ya? Godric, you filthy slug. Feel it. Feel it. Feel my bloody wrath. Oh, hello there. This weasel was... Godric was always looking down on me. He got what he bloody deserved thanks to you. I tell you though, what goes round comes round. He had an ugly heart, an uglier countenance, and met the ugliest of ends, eh?
Can I compare? Starting to get hungry.
Good to see you, Master. Do you remember me? Bok, the demi-human. You helped me before and retrieved my sewing needle. Please, Master, allow me to serve you as your seamster.
Like a burger.
I can't make nothing from scratch, but I'm happy to make adjustments to your garments.
Oh no.
Master, I was wondering, do you ever make adjustments to your garb yourself? I would, well, rather you let me do the job when possible, please. I don't ask anything in return, you know, and, well, I am your personal seamster after all. Oh, going so soon? Please do be safe on your journeys.
Like, I knew I should have picked up food before I got home. Oh, the weather's changing. It's starting to get foggy. It is cool how this game has the day and night cycle. Similar to Pokemon.
For a small donation, I'd be happy to share my knowledge. Well, bless you, bless you. You're a true saint. My name is Toast. Presuming you're interested, I can teach you sorceries as promised. Only none of them are particularly great.
I agree.
Kind soul, for very poetry sorceries. I never imagined that a bloodstone like myself would have the chance to be a teacher. Apologies, friend. I'm afraid none of your sorceries are no match for your generosity. All right, I can tell you what I know about this place. That should help a bit. You've seen that structure to the north, towering over the water. That's the Academy of Lucaria, where we study glintstone sorceries. Almost things have been closed for quite some time now. After they declared they wouldn't interfere with the shattering, the Academy cast repelling seals on the east gate leading to the capital, and the south gate leading here, as you might have guessed. The seals are still active, making entry to the academy impossible without a glintstone key. And so I'm stuck here. A fledgling sorcerer with little chance of acquiring a key. When they cast the seals, I'd just opt out. And now I'm uprooted from my place of learning. Why not find yourself a glintstone key? Without one, you can't pass through the academy, and you'll never reach the Erdtree capital. And if you find an extra glintstone key, perhaps, once you've tied up all your loose ends, and I can be very patient, would you consider donating it to me? I know it. I'm a bluntstone. Nary a hint of talent for sorcery. But
Yo, I
still,
think I'm gonna go pick up food.
place is at the academy.
The whole journey will probably take me about 20 minutes. Like 10 minutes to go pick it up, 10 minutes to drive back, and I'll place an online order. I'm starting to get really hungry.
Find yourself a glintstone key. Without one, you can't pass through, and you'll never reach. You've taken an apprenticeship with Selen. Well, that is something. Selen is well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selen was expelled from the academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selen would never do such things.
I was trying to stall a little bit so that the traffic dies down, but my stomach insists. Alright, this one last NPC that I'm supposed to look for. I remember there's a girl, I think named Selen. Should be around here. Oh, this is the soundtrack from Solo Leveling. I started watching One Piece again, but I feel like I should just start using One Piece. Because I don't like the pacing.
You. Please. I can read them. Your fingers. Please, your fingers. Oh, bless you. Head to the foundation of gold tarnished. Traverse Rhea Lucaria, glintstone infantile, and reunite the half-crescents at the grand lift. Oh, but the bridge is collapsed and cannot be crossed. Why should that matter? Stonevale Castle still stands tall.
So she basically tells you where to go. Where's this girl located? Oh, there she goes.
Hello? Is someone there? My name is Hayata, and I'm journeying in search of the distant light. If I might be so bold as to ask, would you donate any sugary grapes in your possession to me? My eyesight has been weak since birth, you see. I can't tell which way I'm supposed to go next, but when I eat one of those grapes, I can feel a distant light in the back of my eyes. It will lead me to my true duty as a finger maiden. Oh, many thanks to you. Now I can feel the distant light once more. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you. You are most kind indeed. May the blessing of the fingers be upon you.
Oh god, I'm about to die. Fuck. Huh. Damn. The sad part is that I saw it coming. Really? Are you serious, dude? That is so fucked up that they would put my runes right there. I'm probably gonna lose them. Yep. Well. It is what it is. I don't think that was fair, but... See, now this time it's in the correct place. Um... I mean, the cookbook is always good. Was not a fan of this area. See, now that just makes you sound sus. Yes, sir. What's up, man? I'm hungry. That's what's up. I'm about to go pick up some food. But I will keep streaming. Bro. I hate that there isn't like a dedicated pause button. Actually, Tutolini gave it to me, so shout out to him. Oh, word. Just so that way the viewers have something to look at. Because I came in clutch last time. Alright, let me fall back. This boy's hit hard. Oh, Anders, what up, man? Wait, I got confused. I thought... Okay. I didn't realize that was you typing. Actually, since both of you are here, if both of you are down to run Night Rain, I'm down after I'm done eating. Because I trust you guys, and you guys are like two of the best players that I know. Yay, we got the map. Word. Is it time sensitive that we play ASAP? Or do I have time to go pick up food? And hi, Clarissa. I was gonna text you actually to ask if you wanted to come over to run GTA. Alright. There goes my favorite item, a Night Rain. What, well, again, don't worry about transportation if I'm offering to pick you up. But I am curious, like, what time is your meeting? Cause I want to try to coordinate with you if you're interested and or down to come. Yes. When I go grab food. Also, if you're still curious about going, you also have to I gotta send you how to get your ticket. Actually, if you were to walk in with me, I think you would be fine, now that I'm thinking about it. Alright, let me I think right now, well, I'm pretty confident. I was just second guessing, but either way, you wouldn't have to worry about anything. Wait, is this Attack on Titan music? I thought this was solo leveling. This is definitely... Wait, what? I'm confused. That theme was definitely AOT. What book are you reading? And are you a fan of bats? I feel like baths are nice, but only if the water stays hot. Did you start it yet? Actually, based on that comment, I'm gonna say yes, you did start it, but you just haven't read it in a minute. I should have enough runes to buy. Is that an instant poise break for the fellas? I see. Wait, why are baths only accessible for the day for you? Wait, I shouldn't have done that because now I think the enemies are gonna respawn.
Back again, are we? Not everyone can tell how good my wares are. You've
a discerning eye you have.
But again, as for tomorrow, please just let me know what time your meeting is. And yeah, we could coordinate if you are interested in coming for both. Because again, I get up for work at 3:30. And I was initially entertaining the idea of maybe going straight to Brooklyn from work. But if I know that you're interested in definitely rolling with me, I'll come back to Nassau to pick you up. Okay, that makes sense. So showers are safer than baths. I'm also a little on the fence about what to eat. I really need to take my aunt to the supermarket, really. But for this very second, I'm debating between burger or taking a slightly further drive and getting something healthier. And going to Noodles and Company, and I like their pasta. I think there's a cave hidden on the... against the wall. Well, the pasta would be a healthy alternative than me getting a burger. That's what I meant to say. Like, the pasta that I want is not necessarily... Oh, fuck, hold up. The pasta isn't necessarily, like, super healthy, but it is healthier. Because I put vegetables in my pasta. Where the burger is just, you know, meat. However, if I do go to the burger spot, I would probably pick up a salad. So I'm getting veggies either way. I mean, you've eaten there before. Ooh. That's a hard question. Because your boy likes to eat. And I can show you on the map. I'm not sure. The malefactors. For me to get full, I have to eat 2 pastas. I mean, each pasta is about $10, so it's like $20. But that's just, if I really want to feel fulfilled, I typically get 2 of something. Like, more recently, I've just been going to bed not feeling super fulfilled. I do want to feel full right now. Because I had a long teaching day. Is that an indirect invitation that you want to have ramen with me, or you're just... Where is he? Oh. Boy is bold. Just ran up on me like that. That's so funny. Oh my god, I did crazy damage. Oh, he missed. Oh, I missed. I'm dead. I didn't realize how much damage that incantation does. Well, I'm never gonna decline ramen, so... Whenever you're feeling it, you let me know, and I'm down to eat with you. But again, I'm not sure if this is an invitation or if you're just talking about the experience. He fought well. Flame of the Fell God. Interesting. You know, you suck at inviting me. You're like, maybe once I have money. You could be more direct with me. Or I'm not sure if you're sure if you want to eat with me. Wait, is there a grace behind me? No, I'm not sure of myself since I haven't been for the past. I think the confusing part about that sentence is, I mean, it's one thing not to be sure of yourself, but I think when it comes to dealing with other people, it makes it tricky for them. And I think I'm speaking about myself in this case because it's involving me. So if it's something as simple as like, hey, like let's hang out, or hey, let's grab dinner together, or hey, when you're unsure, I think it creates doubt in the other person. Like, does this person want to be here? Because I don't think I need clarity, but it's something that really reassures me. Because I think my biggest concern is making sure that when people like kick it with me, that it's not like a, I don't know, they're not doing it because I want to do it. I want it to be reciprocated, you know? So it's like, if somebody's not sure if they want to connect with me or hang out with me or blah, 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 it's like, I think it kind of stings. Ooh, that looks really cool in the distance. Oh, fuck, I was too busy. People attacking me. I think these guys get good experience, if I remember correctly. Nope. Or maybe it's just in Caled. Ooh. Militia saw. Oh, I'm about to die. Fuck. 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 Oh my god. Oh, you're about to die. Oh, I'm out of FP. Ooh, that looks dope. You know what? I'll rock this. Just depends on her scaling, Caled. That's a good point. Bro, I just can't get over like the world in this game. Like, it just looks pretty to look at, especially on my new TV. I'm still getting used to 4K gaming and stuff. Oh, maybe it's just Elden Ring that just looks this pretty. It looks gorgeous on my TV. Oh, so Clarissa, even if, I mean, I think I want to reassure you though that if somebody has it, right, I don't want you to feel bad if somebody's offering. You know, it's one thing if myself or somebody were to offer help when we are at capacity, meaning that I'm not gonna offer help if it means that it's gonna hurt me or bring me like down. That's one thing. But you know, if I have the resources, whether that means the space, um, the emotional capacity, the physical energy, again, like the extra money or whatever to offer anything involving business or pleasure, you know, I'm gonna do it. You know, because again, like I want to see you well, and I think that's just one of like the beautiful things about having people that you can trust and rely on to be present for you, right? Like relationships don't always have to be a give and take. It doesn't always have to be transactional. Like there could just be times where I don't know, like if I do a gig and if I have extra bread in my budget and I know that you're free and I'm like, yo, like let's go grab some food. Don't worry about it because I just want your company and I just want to make sure that you're eating and stuff. Like I don't want you to feel bad because of that, you know? Because that's really different versus you hitting me up and you being like, yo, like, can I borrow money? And I'm like, yo, I really don't got it like that right now. And then you urging me, and then I'm like, all right, fine. You know, because like that's definitely like that's definitely not what's happening. But that's just something that I've been also been learning to do is to accept help and grace when people offer it. Because like at the end of the day, like I'm losing if I don't take people's help because of my ego or me feeling bad. But I'm like, I shouldn't feel bad because the people that are offering care about me, and whether if it's, you know, family or friends. So yeah, but at the same time, I want you to give yourself some grace because of everything that you've personally been going through, and I think that's the benefit of communicating. Right? Like even if it's something that is not a need, but if it's a want. If I or somebody else is able to give you something that you want because again, we have the capacity and or the resources to give you what you want, why wouldn't we do that if it means that it's not hurting us? Right? And I think the key thing that it feels like you're ignoring is there's a big difference between you asking and somebody offering and you being able to receive somebody's offering, you know? Because I remember at one point I was very similar to that, where I would feel awkward or I felt like if somebody was doing something for me, there was some secret string attached, like I owe them now. But, you know, for the people that really care about you, and if they got it like that, they will just do random stuff for you because they want to see you win or they want to put a smile on your face. You know, because I think that's just what it means to just like be a friend or whatever. And I think maybe you're just not used to that. and maybe this is something that you need to learn because of maybe, I don't know, like your circle or like what you've been through. But again, a lot of the people that are within my circle, you know, I can't tell you how many times people like Esteban have randomly been like, yo, like, Brandon, get dressed. And I'm like, bro, like, I'm trying to sleep. What's going on? He's like, just don't worry about it. Get dressed. And I'm like, okay. He's like, just shower. I'm going to meet you in 30 minutes. Don't worry about driving. I'm going to pick you up. And we're going to go grab lunch. Like, little shit like that literally will make my week when my friends come through for me like that. It's open. Oh, that's just... Never mind. And then I like to be able to do the same thing for other people when I can. So, you know, like, you know, there are people that will message me on Instagram and they're like, dude, like, I really want to take like your house class, or I really want to take your breaking class, but I'm just really struggling financially right now. And I'm like, okay, I got you. Even though that doesn't benefit me, but I'm never going to decline somebody to give them the gift of dance, you know, because of money. And we can find we can find other ways. So, like, one of my students, you know, her name is Grace. You know, she's a college student, and you know, when she can, she'll like make a little extra plate of food for me to give to me, so that I can eat something on the way back to Westbury from Dega. You know, because my class, I think it's like, one of my classes is 24, another one I think is 26, and the other one is I think 35. And, you know, not everybody has, you know, a stable job, you know. So when people want to take class, they just need to, you know, be able to communicate with me. And I've made that very clear. Like, I'm never going to decline somebody service of dance because they don't have the money. Like, there are other ways that you can show up for me. Or, you know, like another girl, her name is Evelyn. She's currently, I think, going for her PhD. And she gives me massages at session because she's working to become a physical therapist. So she'll literally analyze my body and tell me what to do, what not to do. And she'll take like, you know, 20 minutes at session and have me in the corner and literally get the knots out of my back because I'm constantly sore and stuff. So, you know, any little thing can count or matter. And if you really feel bad, then you can think of a unique way for you to give back. But again, I don't want it to be transactional, but I do appreciate when somebody's able to offer something if money is not something that they're able to give, because there are other ways that you can show up. But I know that you're really fucking stubborn when it comes to this, so it feels like I have to like really drill it into your head so that you understand. And with that being said, my stomach is really I need to figure out what I'm getting for food. Yeah, I need to place the order first. But yeah, whenever... Oh, well, speaking of devils, she just texted me, too. That is so crazy. But the girl that I was just telling you about literally was just like, my clinical's over, like, I'll be at class on Monday. I'm about to ask her, like, yo, do you got me with the massage again? I haven't had a massage in like a month. I had a leftover coupon from like for my birthday, and I used it, and it was really good. But I feel that I need to get like some type of physical body work done, like at least like minimum once a week. Alright, I'm at the point where I just have to decide on what I want now. Um, I'm downloading the app again. Fire amongst purple. I'm actually excited to play Night Rain. I don't know, man. I just fucking love Elden Ring and Elden Ring Night Rain. Like, I just... Something so special about these games that I just adore. Are they gonna come for me? I'm not trying to fight, man. Just wanna order my food. Alright, they fall back. Also, is anybody in chat up to date with the MCU? Because I'm like slowly trying to catch up before Spider-Man comes out. Wait, today? Spider-Man comes out tomorrow. Sheesh. And then the new Avengers comes out at the end of the year. I don't think I did. I could check. I don't think I did. No, I did. Brightness to 3? I can't see shit. That's too dark. I'm looking at the stream and I'm looking at my TV and it's two different things. It's way too dark. Yeah, I need the brightness. See, the colors are popping a lot more on the computer than it is on my TV. And I'm curious if that has anything to do with my TV settings. I don't know. Alright. Let me sit down. This TV definitely is though, so I'm confused. But it looks a lot prettier on the computer than it does on my TV. So that's interesting. to say the least. What in the fuck? Wait, did they get rid of the restaurant? Word. Yeah. Like, I never considered Elden Ring like a colorful game, to be honest. It was always kind of just like eh. I'm sad. I think they got rid of the restaurant that I was gonna order from. That is very sad. Dude, did they get rid of it? Bro. You know what? Might be a sign to just go to the other spot. This is very sad. Like, where the hell are my points? My rewards? All my shit is gone. Bro. Oh, now it's working. Hi Vicky, what up, yo? How we doing today? I'm about to go run and grab food, but I've really been enjoying Elden Ring. How are you? I didn't realize I was sitting in the dark. Word. That helped a lot, thank you. Online ordering is temporarily unavailable. Bruh. There are no Noodles and Company restaurants near you. This can't be happening. Did they recently get rid of it? Noodles and Company. Oh my god, they fucking closed it? No. Bro, they got rid of it. That is fucking sad. It closed due to the restaurant underperforming, but the food was so fucking good. Damn, dude, like, bro, that was my spot. Oh man, that like, so we lost Boston Market and then we lost Noodles and Company. Dude, and they had a really good rewards program. The closest one is in fucking Connecticut. This is really sad news. Damn, man. Alright, well. Yeah, that really, cause I was gonna order there for dinner. I'm gonna go pick up some burgers then. Alright, that took forever, but my food should be ready in another 11 minutes. Tutolini, well, I don't think he's here. Tutolini, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you're down to screen share with me, let me know. Let me know. Alright, I'm gonna go pick up my food, guys. Tutolini, I was gonna screen share with you, but I don't know. Alright, I will be right back. And I'm just gonna play on an old VOD.
across a venerable blacksmith who's a little on the large side. Tell him I sent you, and he'll be sure to treat you right. I owe you one, I reckon. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we parted ways. That's enough chit-chat for now. It's time we...
Is somebody there? Might I bend your ear for a moment, please? My name is Irina. I've escaped from Castle Morn to the south. The servants there have rebelled. I can't be sure what it is. My eyesight's been weak since birth, you see. But I swear I heard frightful howling from all over. My good father secreted me out the castle, but decided himself to stay. He says it's his duty. As commander. I fear for father's life. The servants are full wrath, filled with hatred for every one of us. They've since come for every one of the companions I escaped with. They haven't spared a soul. I fear it's no different at Castle Morn. Please, I implore you, would you mind taking a letter to my father? At the castle, my soul wishes that he escape, even if his honor should be the price. Please. I just want him to be safe. Thank you. Dearly. Then please, take this. Deliver it to my father, who remains in the castle, if you please. Please, if you wouldn't mind, deliver the letter to my father at the castle. He can be stubborn, but I'm sure he'll come around.
Alright, I'm back. I think you guys can see what I can see now. Tutalini, are you still here? Because if so, I'm about to eat and then I'm down to play. And I need to check in with what's his face? I actually need to listen through this from my battle. Ooh. "25 secrets." Let's see if I know this.
Did you know that when you get this boss below around 25% health, that this can happen?
Oh shit. I did not know that.
This grab attack did 2,410 damage to our character. We actually had to hack our health higher just to survive it. So this might just be the single most devastating grab attack in any From Software game, I think. But what's really fascinating about this grab attack is that there are two versions of Astel that you can fight in game, right? There's the natural born of the Void
By the way, Ankle, if you're still here, what's up?
creature in the Ainsel River, and there's the Stars of Darkness variant in the Yellow Annex Tunnel. But in our testing, only the Stars of Darkness variant of Astel can clone itself and use this attack. The other one can't. I wonder why. There's definitely more to these creatures than meets the eye. And it's that same eye that brings us to the Falling Star Beast. So 2 of these can be found and fought in Elden Ring, but these 2 are only young, supposedly, because a full-grown Falling Star Beast can also be fought atop Mount Gelmir. But the secret here is that these creatures are only stage 1 of an evolutionary chain. The mouthpiece of the Falling Star Beast looks a lot like the mouthpiece that many antlion larvae have, and since larvae are basically immature insects, they're bound to go through a pupa or chrysalis stage before they become an adult. Which brings us to the malformed star enemies. This is stage 2, so gone is the quadruped type of animal, and in its place is this hidden, contorted monstrosity which hangs stationary, as many bugs commonly do in this stage. Here, the beast is much larger and sports multiple limbs. Finally, the skull that was previously only slightly protruding has now become fully visible, and here it fires rocks and attempts to bite those that come too close, waiting for the day that it can reach its full potential as an Astel. Sprouting wings, it now fights you with an enormous tail, new attacks, and 6 fully realized limbs. Number 3. Around the lands between stand several rises, and to enter these, you're often required to solve a puzzle. But probably the most difficult puzzle to solve on your own stands here, in northeastern Leonia. Its hint reads, "Erudition light the way," and to get inside, you'll need the Erudition gesture and a glintstone crown helmet, both of which are within the Raya Lucaria Academy. And the combination of wearing the crown and performing the gesture causes the magic gems within most glintstone crowns to glow brightly, illuminating the way through the seal, showing just how clever you are. But what I really want to know is, who the hell was the first one to figure this one out, without looking it up? Next, I want to show off some invisible bridges in Elden Ring, which might still be hidden to many players. So, the first bridge can be found as a solution to yet another Rise puzzle, the heretical tower rise in the mountaintop of the giants. Starting on the opposite side of the ravine in the north, you can see a distant stone bridge leading into the tower. Carefully follow this path and you'll find yourself inside. Being inside by these means will break the seal by the traditional entrance as you defend yourself from the Avionet soldiers inside. Your reward at the top is the powerful Founding Rain of Stars sorcery. The second area, containing concealed walkways, can be found in the hidden path to the Halig tree. After taking your leap of faith from the rail here, head across to the left to find some valuable loot. Then another path begins from this alcove. Carefully navigate across the abyss to find some Volga militants who guard 3 sacramental buds. From this exit, looking in the westerly direction, the keen eye will spot this entry being slightly lower than the current level. Walk a straight line here, being wary of the small decline you take to get inside. Here you'll find more enemies, more loot, and a path that leads on to a stray Mimic tier boss. The traditional way we've always revealed these paths is with rainbow stones, or now even better, rainbow stone arrows. But Elden Ring has given us yet another valuable tool, Hoarfrost Stomp, which reveals just how much stable ground is in front of you, making it perfect for navigating invisible corners and spiral turns. This should prevent you from falling to your death. And speaking of which, when it comes to falling, Elden Ring appears to have a system in place to help prevent unintentional falls. So when you're faced with a sheer drop, like this one, attacks facing that direction will be met with a protective barrier that prevents you from falling. These barriers seem to exist in places where there are large, unbroken falls beneath you, making them really useful when you're navigating those invisible paths discussed earlier. Just swing away and take note of when you seem to stop moving, as you've likely reached the edge. That being said, this method doesn't work for all cliff faces. Beware of using this method against rocky, choppy ledges that don't have a clearly defined fall below them, like this one here. Gestures are also very capable of causing death by gravity. Unfortunately, it seems like prayer won't be able to save you here. Speaking of dropping down, did you know that there are several branches and ledges that you can navigate behind the Bestial Sanctum in Caelid? Risking some really long drops down here will reward your tenacity with the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman and the Cinkadilla. The talisman will provide a nice boost to physical damage negation. However, the true diamond in the rough is the dagger nearby. Modeled after an Italian short sword of the same name, Cinkadilla means 5 fingers, and it references the 5-fingered grip that the weapon requires. But Elden Ring takes this symbolism further and even shows a skeletal hand along the blade. Fittingly, the Cinkadilla also boosts bestial incantations like that signature 5-fingered claw attack. This weapon works great in your offhand, especially when combined with the Clawmark seal, which adds another 10% boost. You can even two-hand the Clawmark seals and make better use of its unique strength scaling. And the best way to maximize your damage in Elden Ring is by assigning stats to match proper weapon scaling. And of course everyone knows that the assigned letters of S through to E determine how strong your scaling damage will be, but it's actually not as simple as that, because take a look at this short sword and compare it to the Lordsworn straight sword. So both of these are D in strength and dexterity, so they should scale identically, right? Then why is it that the Lordsworn straightsword comes up as a red, poorer quality letter when compared in the user interface? It turns out that these letter allocations are actually only breakpoints or tiers, and that each weapon actually has a hidden scaling figure or value of 0 through to 200. So in this example here, the short sword actually has a stronger scaling value when compared to the Lordsworn sword, even though they're both listed as D. And while it's difficult to figure out exact scaling values, it's definitely something you should be aware of, especially when comparing weapons. Another thing that you'll want to be aware of, if you've been playing Elden Ring for a really long time, is soap. It can be really useful in certain situations. So, when you roll through a poison or rot swamp, your character will be physically coated in the element, and status buildup will increase. Because you're covered, this buildup will continue even after you exit the pool. Now, this coating will eventually wear off, but soap can remove it instantly. Soap will also remove any bloodstains that you've managed to gather throughout your journey. And similar to soap, if you roll through a poison pool and then stand under or move into rain, then the poison will come off as well. This effect is immediate, so if the pool is outside in the rain, then you'll find that coating can never occur. And you can also roll in water to cleanse the poison. Some pots in Elden Ring even have water in them as well, just for this purpose. In researching soap, we discovered a few other interesting details. First, if you coat yourself by rolling into scarlet rot, and then you exit the swamp and you let the scarlet rot status fully build up based on the body coating, for some strange reason, this body coating will trigger a less deadly version of the rot than if you had just stayed in the pool to activate it. It appears to take about 50% less health per tick if you do it this way. So if you're crossing this enormous lake of rot, what I would do is let the rot status effect fully build up outside of the pool, and then you can just have this weaker version applied to you for your entire journey across. Next, there are also two types of poison in Elden Ring. There's
Did you eat?
normal and deadly. Deadly deals twice as much damage per second when active, and it does this over a shorter period of time as well, which is also beneficial. Weapons like the Serpent Bone Blade and Venomous Fang actually deal this deadly poison, making them far superior, in my opinion, to regular poison infusions as far as DPS goes, so pick your poison carefully. For number 12, consider the nomadic merchants. As well as being valuable allies and skilled information brokers, many are also very talented musicians, and thanks to Sekiro Doobie on YouTube, we now know how extremely accurate their playing is. Their fingers and bowing actually match what a real instrument should look like when used, which is some incredible attention to detail, as you can see here with their fingerwork along the bridge. Prepare to cry, by the way. But staying with these merchants a little longer, their wares are also very unique. Alongside the arrows and the pots that they peddle, they also sell information in the form of cookbooks and notes. But did you know that these notes are actually marked to help identify which merchant they came from? Take a look at Merchant Kale, for example. See those blue and white accented feathers in his cap? You'll also find those on the bottom of the notes that he sells. These note feathers are basically a signature flourish from their original author. For number 14, here is a simple but useful discovery that still exists as of patch 1.05, and that is, it is technically possible to pause Elden Ring. All you have to do is find your way to the menu explanation section by pressing the help button in a menu. This will effectively freeze everything in the game while it is open. Normal sounds will just continue to operate around you, and even status buildup will pause. I guess this is one way to step away from the game while you're in the wild, although you should get in the habit of quitting out when you do this, especially because quit out is actually a valid tool that you can use when you're in the middle of combat, or when you fall off a ledge even. Next, here's a secret that was discovered all the way back in the network test, thanks to early research completed by Lance.
Hold on. Yeah, that's why it was hard for me to hear you.
Yeah, because I was knocking on the back door. All right, thank you. Yeah.
All right, is that everything?
That's it.
Okay.
Just turn this, right?
Yes.
All right, you gonna lock it?
Yeah, I can lock it behind you. It's
All
okay.
right, thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right.
McDonald, did you know that Melena's cutscene can occur in other locations rather than just the typical gatefront graces that most people use? As long as it's your third site of grace, most graces in Limgrave will actually trigger this cutscene. My favorite one to go to is actually the Seaside Ruins. I think that one looks cool. But there's also Aegir Lake South, the Third Church of Marika, the Bridge of Sacrifice, the Murkwater Coast. They all work perfectly. One new addition to Elden Ring that you might not know about is your ability to block while backstepping. With this, shield bearers can get a little bit of protection while moving away from an oncoming attack. In PvE, this is a helpful way to give you extra space and a barrier, especially against persistent enemies like dogs and rats. And while backsteps admittedly aren't super powerful, the attack that you do after a backstep can be. These attacks are similar to your running attack animations, but for some weapons, the backstep attack animation is particularly good. For example, power-stanced greatswords actually have a backstep L1 that is a simultaneous thrust, and power-stanced halberds have a double consecutive thrust. Let me know in the comments if there are any other weapons that have really great backstep attacks, because while they're sometimes useful in PvE to turn your defense into offense, where they really shine is in PvP. Here, high-level players often use backstep attacks to mix up their animations, and the best players can be seen backstepping into opponents just to trigger this attack sometimes. So if you're not using these in PvP especially, you really should weave them into your playstyle. Many people really don't know what to expect when you pull off this technique. And speaking of invading, so you can invade with the finger items, but if you manage to pick up both fingers during your playthrough, then you can actually use them both to invade more efficiently. Using one finger forces you to stand and wait to invade, while this message regularly pops up, but one thing I noticed from watching Ouroboros streams is that by alternating between two fingers constantly, you effectively reset your attempt to invade, meaning you're more likely to invade a player as soon as an invasion slot opens up. And despite being used for the same purpose, the bloody and recusant fingers are actually slightly different. This is mostly a case of thematics, as the fingers represent two different factions, one for the recusants of the Volcano Manor and another one for the followers of Moog, the Lord of Blood. But did you notice that each finger has its own signature invasion music? Have a listen, and let me know what you think is the better theme for your PvP antics.
Oh, that was smart.
For number 20, Elden Ring is full of little things that help immerse you into its world, and being able to sheathe your weapons is one of those. Yes, this is a very minor thing, but it does make you look a little bit more presentable in cutscenes or when talking to NPCs, and if you're someone who records footage like me, then this is a very handy tool. So to sheathe your sword, you need to ensure that your offhand is empty, and then you tap triangle and L1 to stash your blade away. And most weapons are simply slung at your side or over your shoulder, but some swords have these beautiful scabbards that really are worth showing off. The Glintstone Kris, the Banished Knight's Greatsword, and the Rivers of Blood Katana are just a few examples of weapons that have detailed scabbards that you'll want to admire. And you should always be conscious of your character's Elden bling, because you never know whose world your character will end up in. Remember those random NPC characters that you fought during Fear's questline? What about the NPCs that you fought in front of the Great Jar? Well, a recent discovery has revealed that these are actually the uploaded characters of other real players, and there must be millions of options that the game is actually choosing from. Matt Gruen on Twitter has revealed some of the incredible workings behind this system. For example, if you're online while getting hugged by Fear, then your character's build is allegedly being uploaded to the Elden Ring servers, and apparently these saved builds are then passively loaded while in the Deeproot depths. That means your character can actually appear as Fear's champion in another player's game. A similar thing happens when you receive the Great Jar's Arsenal, where your character can then appear as a Knight of the Great Jar in a different player's world. But even if your character is uploaded, Matt points out that it doesn't mean your build will always be used. We don't yet know the inner workings of this system. There must be some other requirements to make sure these builds aren't completely non-functional, but it's so damn cool that Elden Ring can pull your build out of its enormous jar of warriors, so to speak. Crazy discovery. Next, you'll have noticed that ruins are a pretty common sight on your journey through the Lands Between. Thing is, these always seem to have underground areas with treasures or bosses or two bosses. But while most ruins have obvious entrances to their underground, others conceal them with planks or even magic. So if you find a ruin without an underground area, try your best to look for an illusory floor. An easy way to spot them is by looking for a rectangle that doesn't quite blend in, as you can see here. You can also use the incantation Law of Regression, which reveals mimicry, but an even better version is the Omen Shackle items, which are kind of bugged and have a huge hitbox that can trigger illusory walls to open. For number 23, there have been some quality of life updates added in recent patches as well that are proving pretty helpful in their own small ways. A really useful one is this small glowing icon that now appears at the Site of Grace menu. It indicates that you have flask upgrades on hand, so now you know exactly when you have enough sacred tears or golden seeds to craft and upgrade with. For number 24, alongside the flask update, the item description for golden runes now finally says how many runes you'll gain from consuming them. On their description page, it reads that the rune is used to gain X amount of runes, making it a much easier way to consume based on exactly what you need. As far as updates go though, Radahn might be the boss who's undergone the most since the game's release. The Conqueror of Stars is still tough to beat, but there is another way you can approach this fight that will make it a little less difficult. So this video from Limit Breakers shows that you can actually fully defeat Radahn just by using NPC summons. Limit Breakers found that there are 10 banners in the boss arena and that each one has a collection of summon signs beneath it that never changes. In total, there are 41 summon signs, but each one can only be used once. Limit Breaker's helpful graphic really breaks it all down. You should go and watch his video. But basically, Blythe can be summoned 6 times, as can Lionel, Trigoth, and Jeren. Although Jeren only appears in Phase 2, which I found interesting because it's basically like he's only joining in on the fight when he knows Radahn is probably going to die. Okina and Finger Maiden Theralina can be summoned 5 times, Alexander can be used 3 times, and Patches can be summoned 4 times, though he kind of just pieces out immediately if you do summon him, which is hilarious. But even without Patches, that's 37 fighters, which is basically an army, and while it does take them a while to chip away at Radahn's health, you can also use buffs like the Commander's Standard to help them out. In the end, the summons can do quite a number on the big guy, which is especially relevant if you're underleveled. Just be ready for quite a long battle. In fact, while you're riding around during this long battle, why not listen to some audiobooks? This month, I'd like to recommend 1Q84 by Murakami, which you can listen to completely free. Just head over to audible.com/VartiVidya or text VartiVidya to 500 and claim your 30-day free Audible trial to get full access to thousands and thousands of all-you-can-listen audiobooks, original entertainment, and podcasts as well, included in the Plus catalog. But if you want, you can use a free trial on the Murakami book I recommended, and Murakami books are pretty legendary. I think everyone should read at least one. They're these stories that are often grounded in reality, but they have a reality that really starts to unwind and takes the reader on an intense journey. Here's a small excerpt from 1Q84.
Be careful, it looks windy out there. Don't slip. I'll be careful, Almame said. And also, the driver said, facing the mirror, please remember, things are not what they seem.
If this sounds good to you, then go to audible.com/VartiVidya or text VartiVidya to 500 and get your free trial started today. Thank you to Audible for sponsoring this video, and thank you for watching. What if I told you that
Before I play another one, I'm just doing a check-in to see if Tutalini and Anders, if you guys are present, and if you wanted to play
fighting 2 watchdogs can actually be easier than fighting just one. With just a few crystal darts, you can stun and short-circuit the Erdtree Burial watchdogs, causing them to attack anything around them. This sort of mind control effect lasts for 30 seconds, which is more than enough time for them to kill anything else in the room. This effect also builds up on the smaller imps, but they have to have enough health to withstand a few darts. Catacomb dungeons are all throughout Elden Ring, and this tip makes so many of them way easier. So, why do crystal darts have this effect then? Well, to me, it seems like crystals were once a part of the watchdog's creation. A glintstone is embedded in the watchdog's staff, for example, but more than that, the crystal dart description reads, "Long ago, it is said that a golem crafter employed a similar crystal tool." I think we'll go deeper into this in a lore episode. I recommended making crystal darts for your playthrough when the game first came out. They're quite powerful and they're easy to make, but it always bothered me then how so many humanoid enemies have this habit of dodging them. Elden Ring's enemies do quite a lot of input reading, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but the same goes for most sorceries as well. But did you know that there's an entire class of sorcery that specifically does not trigger enemy dodges? These are the night sorceries. Ambush Shard, Night Shard, Night Comet. These are excellent against NPC invaders or just bosses like Millennia, who literally won't see this coming, but they'll dodge everything else. These night sorceries do a little less damage than their glintstone counterparts, but actually being able to hit your enemy makes these spells pretty damn worth it sometimes. Night sorceries are designed to be assassination spells, which gives them a really nice piece of gameplay flavor since enemies can't dodge them. I'm glad they have that. But speaking of assassination, people commonly underestimate how useful crouch is in this game. Of course, it lets you sneak up on enemies, and if you hit an unaware enemy, then you'll do like 25% extra damage on your first hit. But beyond that, crouch attacks specifically can be really powerful, even if you use them mid-combat. This is because crouch R1 attacks have you perform the same animation as your rolling R1 attacks, so if you want access to your rolling attack on demand, then remember you can just input L3 and R1 to bring it out quickly at any time. And this attack is especially great on certain weapon classes. It can compensate for the weaknesses that they have in their traditional movesets. Halberds, for example, are typically lacking a fast horizontal swing, but your crouch R1 gives you quick access to one. As another example, colossal swords, like the Guts Greatsword, only have horizontal swings, which is a bit of a letdown, but your crouched R1 gives you access to an insanely fast and long-ranged poke attack. Alternatively, if you're dual-wielding, you can even try crouched L1 attacks, so just consider weaving these into your playstyle, if you aren't already. It can completely change the viability of certain weapons. Another thing a lot of players don't know about are weapon feints, which are actions that you can only perform with rapiers and curved swords. If you tap the dodge button while you're holding a heavy attack, you'll cancel the heavy attack while stepping backwards and attacking at the same time, which allows you to maneuver for distance and deal damage at the same time. This backstep attack has been around since Dark Souls, and it didn't get much play in Dark Souls either, really. But in Elden Ring, I think there's one exception that makes this attack really good, and that's the Frozen Needle Rapier. This rapier is really cool. Its R2 and its charged R2 attack is unique in that it shoots a little icicle at your opponent, dealing damage and frostbite without even costing you FP. When this is really great, however, is when you use this R2 while feinting. The icicle attack doesn't have a huge range, so you can feint at a sort of middle distance and actually make use of the backstep in kiting enemies around, which is a really awesome playstyle, and I wish Elden Ring had more techniques like this. These are the sort of little combat intricacies that I love making builds out of, and I have another really good tip that spellcasters will appreciate. So, you would have noticed that spells have a set cast time, right? Sorceries like Carrion Slicer have a wind-up before you attack, as do incantations like Stone of Grunk. However, one really cool thing is you can make a lot of these spells come out a lot faster if you combo them with other spells and attacks. For example, you can remove the wind-up on Carrion Slicer if you cast it right after a regular melee attack, or cast it right after casting a different spell. Here's a comparison. As for incantations, Magma Breath comes out way faster if you use Catch Flame right before it, which actually goes a really long way to making Magma Breath a viable spell. There are a ton of other spells that work this way, and while the inputs can be a little bit tricky with the D-pad, it's a really fun, high skill cap thing that you can do to deepen the gameplay of your spellcaster. There are a lot of spells that combo in this way. I'm gonna write my ones that I know in a pinned comment down below, so reply to that with your own if you know of any that I've missed. Now, doing this makes spellcasting a bit more of a high skill cap thing, but if you want to make spellcasting less complicated, well, I have just the thing for you. Defeat Radahn and progress below Limgrave here to find the Mimic Tear Ashes in Nokron. Everyone knows this summon is powerful at this point. How could it not be? It's just a copy of everything on your character at the point it is summoned, even your talismans. And speaking of talismans, there's a talisman in the game called Shabriri's Woe, which you can find here in the Frenzied Village. When it's equipped, this talisman forces enemies to focus their attacks on you to the point that they'll actually ignore your summons completely. Usually this kind of just makes the game more dangerous for you, especially during co-op, but one clever thing that you can do with this talisman is to have it equipped and then summon your Mimic Tear, and then take Shabriri's Woe off your character. So since your Mimic Tear was summoned with this talisman equipped, it will now take all of the enemy aggro, leaving you free to cast ranged attacks with complete impunity. This is a really good way to help increase the viability of bow builds, for example, but it's also a great way to make sorcery completely broken, since sorcery is very powerful. You could even go a step further with this and give your Mimic a great shield before you unequip it yourself, so if you really want them to tank for you, then this is what you do. Of course, all of you know about armor alteration at this point, but there are 3 surprising facts about armor alteration that I think a lot of people might have missed. First, altering a piece of armor affects its stats. In all cases that I could find, altered versions of armor offer less resistances, but are a lower weight as well. So if you're just shy of having the right equip load, consider altering a few pieces of armor. Fashion is important, yes, but not if it means fat rolling. Next, in some cases, altering your armor can give it special properties or take them away. The altered Duelist Cloak, for example, reveals its snakes, which are this reviled symbol that makes enemies focus their attacks on you, as if you were wearing the Shabriri's Woe talisman that I mentioned before. As another example, altering the Black Knife chest piece removes its concealing veil, which naturally also removes its stealth-enhancing capabilities. If you have any other examples like this, let me know in the comments. And finally, and most importantly for me, a lot of altered armor sets have different lore descriptions. The altered Land of Reeds armor, for example, tells you more about the actual Land of Reeds, which is locked in a miserable civil war, during which time it has remained alienated from the cultures of its neighbors. As another example, the altered version of Loretta's Royal Knight armor has a different description that describes her endeavors after she stopped being a Carrion Knight. And fittingly, the altered armor set has the Carrion colors removed. So yes, it makes sense that this armor with them removed would describe a different point in this knight's life. There are a ton of altered armor sets that work this way, and I just think this is such an amazing little detail for the devs to have included. But one thing that I kind of wish that they didn't include are these chariots. They suck. That said, the difficulty that you have getting past these chariots kind of makes destroying them feel even better. And if you do manage to destroy them, you get really good rewards. The first chariot you can encounter is behind a stone sword door in the Fringe Folk hero's grave, back where you started the game. So let's destroy it. To do this, carefully make your way past the chariot, dropping down at pretty much every ledge that you see until you end up at a poison swamp. Then take the elevator back up. Here, you'll have a line of fire to these giant pots that hang above the roof, hidden in the shadows, and when they drop, they explode in blue flame. So, line up a shot, wait for the chariot to bump into the wall below you, and that is your trigger to fire. You get 3 attempts at this, there are 3 pots, and when you do drop it, it explodes the chariot, giving you the Erd Tree Great Bow in return. This bow does extra damage with holy infused arrows, and it scales with faith as well. The next set of chariots are in the Oritza hero's grave. Here, there's a section with 2 chariots, and we need to destroy these 2. So, to do that, we need to introduce a 3rd chariot into the mix. To do this, run down to the point right before the locked door where a 3rd chariot spawns and comes towards you. Use this corpse on the edge as a guide to drop down further to some rafters. Continue further down in this direction until you find another chariot ramp. At this point, you can go further up or down the ramp. Both will lead you to this same pillar of imp statues that breathe fire. Make sure you hit it once, just once, to send it upwards. This pillar also includes the Rosus statue that summons the chariots, and this will send a chariot spawn further up to crash. So head back up, die if you need to, and watch them crash. You'll receive the Tree Sentinel armor set and the Holy Ground Ash of War for your efforts. In Gelmir Hero's Grave, you can't destroy the riderless chariot, but you can become its rider. To do this, you jump down into the gap. Make sure you jump into this corner. Here, you'll land on the rafters, and from these rafters you can jump down onto the riderless chariot. But before you do that, go inside the window to loot the Gelmir set and kill the Bloodhound. That's 2 rare armor sets already, which is great. Then go back to the rafters and drop down onto the riderless chariot. This way, you'll go even further down into the lava, and you'll finish the dungeon as a reward. Alternatively, though, you can backstep down through this lava or quick step through, but that's kind of a lot less fun. For number 9, did you know that weather can affect your damage? If it's raining, you'll do around 10% less fire damage, but your lightning damage will be increased by 10%. In my testing, it was around 10%, and these effects even applied to enemies that were undercover from the rain, so I guess that suggests that this effect is applied to everything in an area, not just every enemy that's wet, per se. This rain effect is something you should really keep in mind if you're doing duels at the main academy gate in Raya Lucaria. This is where people do duels, by the way. It seems to rain really often in Leonia, and lightning builds will inherently be at an advantage here, I guess, while fire builds will be at a disadvantage. Lastly, let's talk about buff stacking. That's a great way to get an advantage, sort of regardless of your build as well. So, disregarding talisman and armor buffs, which are permanent, there are different categories of temporary buffs in Elden Ring, and you can only have 1 temporary buff active from each category. There are weapon buffs, shield buffs, body buffs, aura buffs, health regen buffs, and stamina regen buffs. And in addition to these, there are some special buffs that don't follow any of these rules, so keep those in mind. That's Holy Ground and Terra Magica, for example. Now, activating as many temporary buffs as you can is a huge way to unlock the potential of your character. So here are the buffs that I've found that basically work on every character. To start, you can activate health and stamina regen buffs just with your Flask of Wondrous Physic. You just need the Crimson Burst tier and the Green Burst tier. These tiers are located here and here. Next, an easy way to get access to an aura buff is the Golden Vow Ash of War, which is located here. This gives you 15% extra damage and 15% damage negation as well, and you can just put this on a light dagger, you can activate it, and then switch back to your main weapon. That's incredible. As for body buffs, the Blackguard sells infinite boiled crab here, and then here, which gives you 20% extra physical resistance, and as for weapon and shield buffs, these kind of do depend on your build. If your armaments can be infused, you should absolutely be trying to use something from this list. Before I go, I want to give a huge shout out to Parrygod, who edited this video. The water cooling loop in my PC burst apart the other morning, and I've spent the last few days getting a new PC and repairing the old one, so I really want to thank him for helping me to edit during this time, and editing at some other times as well. He's an amazing editor, and he's fantastic at getting cinematic footage, way better than what I can get, so I have to thank him for that, and he has an incredible channel as well. He's been doing these really amazing cinematic Half-Life short animations, which are fantastic. Please go and check them out. And also before I go, I want to let you know that I'm doing a sale on my displate designs. For this week only, they're all 20% off, but if you check out with more than 4 of the designs in your cart, then they're all 30% off. This would be a great opportunity to get 4 small displays, if you like all of the designs I have on my store. I'm really proud of these designs, and they're all inspired by the games I talk about on this channel, so check them out if you're looking for some room decoration. But thank you, as always, for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay, so this is how you should be warping to the Round Table Hold. Done. It's literally that easy. Now, be honest, how many of you are still dragging your cursor there manually? Instead, you just have to press triangle or Y to open the list of Grace checkpoints, and then you press square or X to confirm a warp straight there. It took me way too long to discover that this was a thing. But Elden Ring is full of little quality of life things like this that are never explained, so I'm going to quickfire 4 more at you. For example, if you walk through a beacon of light that you've placed, the beacon will disappear. So this is an excellent way to mark that you've actually reached your destination without having to pull up your map. Next, if an enemy explodes in a burst of blue light, that means they're going to drop an item. Don't miss it. And when you do pick up an item, take note of this icon. This tells you which category of your inventory that item just went into. This will make it way easier to figure out what you just picked up. Another great way to go over your recent loot is to press L3 on the inventory menu. This will let you sort in order of acquisition and look over all of the items that you recently looted at the bottom. By default though, your inventory is sorted into vertical categories that are demarcated by these horizontal lines. For example, the Bolstering Materials tab organizes your flask materials, your smithing stones, and your somber smithing stones into their own sections. Every tab is like this. Now, with those quality of life tips out of the way, let's get into the big stuff. First off, how would you like to have a buff that gives you 5% extra runes? To get this, all you have to do is type in 7 letters. So in the last Secrets video, I announced Secret Seekers, which is our community group. To join, enter the password SEEKERS in all caps as your first group password in your multiplayer tab, and you'll be able to identify phantoms, bloodstains, messages, and summon signs from other people in the group. Our goal is to find secrets in the game, and to share them with others. And since then, I can't go 5 minutes without finding evidence of you guys hurling yourselves off cliffs in search of secrets. I look at scenes like this, covered in blood, and you make me so proud. But since then, we've also discovered that every time someone in the group defeats a Shard Bearer or becomes Elden Lord, everyone else in the group receives a 5% buff to their rune acquisition. And, considering there are thousands of you in this group, this buff activates like constantly. So join us and enjoy your free runes. Also, I put the Secret Seekers logo onto a shirt. So if you want to rep our unofficial covenant, check it out in the link below. Another way to get free runes is by duplicating your remembrances. Godric's, for example, gives 20,000 runes, and subsequent bosses give even more than that. Every major boss drops a remembrance, though the proper way to use them is to trade them in for boss items at Enya, the finger reader at Round Table Hold. And here, you'll realize that every remembrance can be traded in for multiple items, so it's possible to duplicate them at the walking mausoleums that are found throughout the game. Here's what some of our testing revealed. First, there are 7 walking mausoleums in total.
1 in Limgrave, 3 in Leonia, 1 in the mountaintops of the Giants, 1 in the consecrated snowfield, and the last in the deep-root depths. The method of bringing down a mausoleum differs in most cases, I'll let you figure it out, but it's generally related to removing the white curse marks from their body. And it's worth finding your way up to each of these, because you can only duplicate 1 remembrance per mausoleum. After duplicating, that mausoleum becomes pretty obsolete. Interestingly, you don't actually need the remembrance in your inventory to duplicate it. You just have to have defeated the boss you got it from. Also, note that you cannot duplicate remembrances that you have already claimed all of the items from. And finally, make sure to use your duplications before heading into New Game Plus, because your remaining duplications won't carry over. In addition to receiving a remembrance, defeating a shard bearer will also grant you a great rune. Once acquired, you have to go to its corresponding divine tower and activate that great rune. After doing this, you can equip a great rune at a site of lost grace, with your equipped rune appearing in the top left of your screen. These great runes bestow powerful effects upon your character, though equipping the rune doesn't apply its effects. Instead, to do that, you'll have to consume a rune arc. These powerful consumables are a reward for invading, doing co-op, exploring the world. They're basically like embers for humanity from previous games, in the sense that it's a powerful buff that doesn't disappear until you die. You also get them from killing rats, just like humanities and embers from previous games. The lore here is that, even the most valuable items in the world make their way down to the bottom of the food chain, to the rats that consume the bodies of all. Every great rune does something different. Godric's, for example, increases every one of your attributes by 5, which sounds low, but then you have to remember that's essentially granting you 40 extra levels for a limited time. Characters that use a wide variety of spells and scalings will benefit most from this, of course, but some of the later great runes are even more powerful. But if you don't have a great rune equipped, then a rune arc will just increase your max HP by about 10%. So rune arcs aren't really worth using unless you have a great rune equipped. But remember, make use of rune arcs. Don't just let them sit wasted in your inventory, next to all the other consumables that you're afraid to use. Equip them to your pouch, and pop one whenever you're on a really difficult boss, because it might be this item that pushes you over the edge to victory. Renala's Great Rune is a bit of an outlier from the others. Unlike the others, it can't be equipped, and it doesn't need to be activated by a rune arc. Rather, it can be used to respec your character. Talk to Renala at Raya Lucaria, and you'll be able to bring your character back to their starting stats with all of your previous levels ready for reinvestment. This process requires that you defeat Renala, of course, but it also requires that you have a larval tier. These are very rare, but to tell you about the location of at least one, there's a royal soldier located here in Limgrave that drops one. Be careful though. Kill him, and he might just be reborn anew. But Elden Ring is a long game, so as you pick up your 50th meteorite sorcery, you might start to think, yeah, maybe I want to play a sorcerer, so respec, try something new, switch it up, it's easy to do. You just have to kill this guy for a larval tear, it's so easy, right? Another way to fix your character might be via pardoning, which, let's be honest, is a mechanic that exists for when you put down your controller and you accidentally press the R2 button in front of an NPC. Alternatively, it is also useful when giant dogs attack NPCs through walls and they get upset at you instead. So to get NPCs to forgive you, you just need to find Celestial Dew, one of them is located here, for example, and then take it to this pool at the Church of Vows. In researching this, I started to wonder what this mechanic is really for, and I think I figured out it must be for the merchants, because logically, you should be killing every merchant you see, because once you kill them, you can just buy all of their items in one place, at the Twin Maiden Husks at Round Table Hold. That said, it's very traumatizing to kill a merchant. Just listen.
Mate, it's all my fault. Please, don't hurt me. I said don't hurt me.
So, if you regret this decision, ask for forgiveness, and the merchant will become friendly again. If you really do have some angst to let out, don't take it out on NPCs that don't really exist. Take it out on other human beings, like a normal person. Your item for Infinite Invasions is the Bloody Finger, which can be acquired by progressing Vare's questline to the Rose Church. Speak to him before defeating Godric at the start of the game, and then again at the Rose Church in Leonia, located here. Here, he'll give you 5 festering bloody fingers for invading other players. Use 3 of them to progress his questline, where he will next require you to soak the Lord of Blood's favor in the blood of a maiden. One maiden exists here in the Church of Inhibition in Leonia. Interact with the maiden and return to Vare to receive the bloody finger. Alternatively, you can pick up the Recusant's finger at the Volcano Manor. You get this later in the game, and this one has a different story affiliation to the invaders of the bloody finger that you got from Vare. But if you'd rather just engage in duels with other players, then you'll need the Duelist's Furled Finger, which can be found on a corpse at the doors of Stormhill Coliseum. The small red effigy can also be found here, and it serves the same purpose, except it sends a competitive summon sign to the summoning pool instead. Summoning pools are accessible at these effigies, found throughout the world. And if PvP is something you'd like to avoid
You should do it now.
entirely, well, pick up the white cipher ring from the Twin Maiden husks at the Round Table Hold. With this buff active, you'll automatically request help from another player when your world is invaded. And if you want to be the player that helps invaded players, then you can just use the blue cipher ring instead. Also in the Round Table Hold is Fia, the Deathbed Companion. Embrace her and you'll receive a Baldachin's blessing. Now, and it's kind of funny that not many people realize this, but did you know that your maximum health is reduced while you have this blessing in your inventory? Yeah, so this debuff icon means that you're losing about 5% of your health, and it's a debuff that remains until you fully use her Baldachin's blessing. And I don't blame people for not realizing this. The buff and debuff icons get pretty intense in Elden Ring. And as a side note, icons with a square around them are permanent effects from rings, and ones with diamonds around them are temporary. But the biggest question here is the Baldachin's blessing worth it? And the answer is, kind of, sometimes. The Baldachin's blessing essentially gives you a type of poise for about 15 seconds once it's consumed. This is extremely useful when you're facing a lot of minor enemies, as you'll completely ignore their small attacks and only get staggered by their strong attacks. However, the blessing seems pretty pointless when you're facing a single enemy or any large enemy, so I'd honestly only recommend bothering with this mechanic if you know that extra poise will serve you well in an encounter to come, like in a cave with lots of rats, or demi-humans, or flying projectiles. But the main reason to go back to Fia every now and then is because you'll eventually get a dialogue option for progressing her questline. For me, this always appears once I've moved into the Altus Plateau. Also, enjoy the cuddles, you know, or don't. You can also just walk out of it.
How are you doing,
Animation
Kupo?
is too long. Though things like this are why you're maidenless.
How are you doing?
For number 14, have you ever found yourself disappointed with the amount of armors that you can alter? Well, you can actually expand your options by acquiring the gold sewing needle in Leonia, in a chest to the right when you enter the Church of Vows, located here. This lets you modify godly attire, so stuff like Renala's set, for example. Furthermore, if you've progressed Box questline in Limgrave after talking to him here and here, then you'll eventually find him again in Leonia at the East Raya Lucaria Gate. Here, Bok will perform your armor alterations for free, even taking the gold sewing needle from you if you should so desire. And if you can't find him here, that means he's moved on to Lanedell. Finally, everyone knows about the whetstone knife at the Gateside Ruins that lets you apply Ashes of War, but did you know that there are also additional wet blades in the game? Finding these wet blades will unlock additional scaling options. The most accessible early game wet blades seem to be the Iron Wet Blade, which adds key.
Could I ask you lend a hand, perhaps? That thug made off with a precious necklace. I need someone to retrieve it. Only, he too is tarnished. If you've any qualms confronting your own, I shall find another. Oh, thank you dearly. What a blessing that we've met like this. The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back. The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back.
What the hell is wrong with you? You trying to start something? Piss off before I crack you in half. Ah, that necklace what you're after, is it? Well, show me what it's worth to you, and I'll consider parting ways with it. I'm not in love with it or nothing. You're a shrewd one, Chief. First, you hand me the runes. And don't try nothing, neither. All right. Take it. Thing's no damn use to anyone anyway. Your bloody idea, mate. Don't come crying to me later.
What's up, CM? Can you hear me okay?
The thug should be resting at an abandoned home down the way. Please, I must have the necklace back.
I'm teaching on Sunday.
Oh yes, that is my missing necklace. Thank you kindly. I am in your debt. Did I forget to announce myself? I am Raya, in the service of Lady Tanith of the Volcano Manor. I seek stalwart Tarnished, who might join our house. You are very brave yourself. Not only a steady hand,
Are you streaming IRL or are you streaming at home?
Brave Tarnished. Seek the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Earth Tree. Most Tarnished are doomed to wander the outskirts of the lands between, peering wistfully at the towering Earth Tree. But you are no ordinary Tarnished. And once that is proven, the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation to fight amongst a family of champions. Oh, and one more thing, only for you. This land of Liurnia is connected to the Altus Plateau by the Grand Lift of Dectus, beyond the High Road. But the lift has been defunct for an age, meaning there's no simple means of passage. Instead, you must seek the old ruins in the cliff, at the base of the valley, near the Grand Lift. There's an old tunnel. It was excavated.
It's good.
Linking Liurnia to the Altus Plateau.
I stream there.
I have faith in you. A champion through and through. I do hope that we can meet again. Seek the old ruins in the cliff. At the base of the valley near the Grand Lift, there's an old tunnel. It was excavated from both ends, linking Liurnia to the Altus Plateau. I have faith in you. A champion. Through and through. I do hope that we can meet again.
What's the name of it? Welcome back. No, it's not in Flushing, it's in Long Island City. Well, actually, no. I teach both. I teach in Flushing first, and then I go to Long Island City after. But I want you to come to my anime battle that I'm doing on August 22nd. In Long Island City. What up, Dragon? Yeah, I'm still on my Elden Ring fix. I'm currently looking for donors and sponsors. I can give you a guest pass at the one at the one in Long Island City, not in Flushing. Yes. Alright, just text me on Instagram so I can forward it to you. But how are both of you doing today? I got you. And I'm craving ice cream. I really want Van Leeuwen ice cream. You should take footage and post it so I can see. ice cream shop is a little far from here. I would like to see both of you try Elden Ring. So let's play that together then. I can help you in that. That would be good content. I mean, don't you think I have that being a dance teacher? We're having lobster tonight, boys. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. What in the fuck? Bro, did you see that? Wow. That was brutal. I do not have Black Ops. I need to get revenge on that fucking lobster. I've never seen that before. That was just fucking brutal. I teach a total of 3 times. Lobster tonight, boys. I got a strip of white flesh. On Sunday, CM, I'm teaching house. Teaching a beginner house class. And welcome back, Kupo. This guy had the nerve to spit on me. I wish I had that. Yeah, I would have ignored that guy. Like, I get hip-hop is black culture, but hip-hop is accessible for everybody. And I think hip-hop is one of the things that brought more people together from different races, culture backgrounds, ethnic groups. Yeah. Yeah. Also, does Elden Ring look a little bit more colorful? I put HDR on. Yeah, that's just a good sign. Just ignore him. Oh, fuck, there's a bear. Maybe they're just projecting. Bro. Who the hell did that? That's a big ass bear, man. Yeah, I get it. What in the hell? Email file.
was your impression? Aha! Your intuition serves you well. My doubts had been piling up, you see. The words of the two fingers cannot be trusted. Truly, naught but rambling, senile delusions. I believe that when the Elden Ring was shattered, the two fingers were corrupted, their guidance skewed. Even worse, the fingers harbor no love for our kind. That's the part that irks the most. Oh, I have a gift for you, something fit only for the wise. A means for circumventing the draw of the two fingers. Give it a try, won't you? And if it please you, may we meet again. I've high hopes for you, my lambkin.
I think I'm gonna leave it here for now. What's up, man? Can you hear me okay?